So I heard you liked the MSQ. Random rumor I heard. I don't know. Maybe? Maybe. So, obviously, here's my feast. Dancing for me at the moment, which is kind of weird, actually. I'm not sure why the feast is dancing. Someone's working off the pounds to be able to eat the feast in a minute here. Oh. Listen, I like pork as much as the next person. Alright, so, before we go forward real quick, you may or may not notice absolutely nothing, because I haven't shown you them yet. It's an old habit, so I was having some leftover Chinese, and I noticed I still had some fortune cookies. So, I'll take one and you take the other. Which one do you want, left hand or right hand? Okay, I'm seeing... hang on. Seeing a lot of left, so you'll take the left one. No reason, I'm just gonna have my trash can right here. Keep up the good work. You will soon be rewarded financially. In bed. Or, if you prefer the other version, in the bathroom. This one's mine, of course. You will obtain your goal if you maintain your course. Interesting. So, what am I doing? Right, I'm going to a feast. Pray forgive her rudeness. She can be a bit boisterous at times. It's okay, I just did all the role quests. Anyways, apologies for keeping you from your hard-earned rest. You'll be rejoining your companions, yes? Do you know the way to the main? I know this place like the back of my hand. Now I have a pork who doesn't want to be eaten. Why don't you want to be eaten? Being eaten's wonderful. What's funny is these role quests were a pretty big net positive, so... As if I needed... God, that's weird. As if I needed more proof that the role quest decision was a good one. I mean, I'm pretty sure the class quests are a net negative, so... Not really. Okay, that's no. I mean, there's pattern recognition and there's analysis, but... Anybody will tell you even the most hardcore prediction in the world has a chance to fail. Whoops, that's not where I want to go. I want to go over here. There's a lot of variables. Not everyone takes all of them into account. There's Alphen over here. Forgive me for not wanting to make a toast. My throat was utterly parched. I'm overdue for a good meal. The threat here has been quelled, but the job's only just begun. I just took out 5 blasphemies. Give me a break. I know I must eat to gain my strength, but between you and me, I don't have much of an appetite. Good you could join us. Michiel over there will be happy to take your order. How was your meeting with the Radiant? Let's see, so they have... Oh my god, they have non. They have non. Alert. Alert, this is not a drill. They have non. That is clearly non. Oh my goodness. Oh. Sounds like fun. Period. Make sure to say hi to them for me when they're there. Period. Uh-oh. I'm being offered a burger, which I'm going to immediately eat. Non-bread equals despair immunity. Abso-frickin-lutely. Delicious. Where's, Welcome. When the satrap asked me to entertain a party of honored guests, I was wondering who it might be. This is a lovely surprise, to say the least. And by the way, I heard about Kalzel from your friend Garahatia. I understand there's nothing to be done, but I was heartened to hear he meant us no harm. I cannot thank you enough for dispatching the beasts. As a small token of our thanks, your drink and food here are Mehreed's treat. Speaking of which, what shall I start you with? Chai, booze, or water? I have actually already answered that question, One Winged Angel. What do you think the answer is, rather than me just telling you? Okay, apparently I am the will of the voices in my head insist that I get chai. So chai I shall get. I mean, they don't have seltzer water. Do they even have carbonation in this setting? That's an interesting question. Our allies have sent military delegates. That's news to me. Mind sharing the details? Twitch chat finally tempered me instead of the other way around. Cross-tempering.
So blasphemies now plague all the realm.
It will only get worse if what Father said is true. As it did in Amarot.
If that's our model, then shouldn't we expect the effects to grow more severe as it feeds off its own spread? As if people transforming into those monstrosities wasn't bad enough. If the flora and fauna, if the land itself turned against us.
No one would survive.
Here's your order, friend.
Ah, thank you.
May you find comfort in these dark times.
Where do we go from here? If there's one thing we've learned, fighting blindly and simply reacting to what comes will accomplish nothing. We must find a solution that addresses the fundamental cause. Before our strength is exhausted, before this crisis spirals out of control.
If only we could go find the Lavos behind all of this. I'll shut up. I'm sorry.
Is there something, anything we've overlooked?
If there is an answer, Hydaelyn herself will have it. 'Twas she who bound Zodiac and forestalled the final days. Alas, we have heard naught from her since the Tower of Babel. Whether she cannot or will not speak, I can only speculate. Even the flower she gave us is no more.
In our time, we called it Elpis. You would do well to remember the name.
So advised the Watcher. What could be the significance of that name? It is entirely unfamiliar to me.
To me as well. It meant something to the ancients, though. In our time.
Most surely. Yet I do not recall a single mention of it in the records of Anida.
You know one place where we can have very improper and broken, but nevertheless extant, records of the ancients.
Another dead end. And quite literally. It's not as if there are any ancients living we could go and ask.
I mean...
Not alive as such, but not quite dead.
Thank you, Garaha.
Elidibus. I sealed him in the White Auracite at the Crystal Tower back on the 1st.
Okay, that's not the direction I was thinking, admittedly.
Contained within that reservoir of ether that maintains it, ether that is returned little by little to the sea. Naught may remain of his soul. However, if part of it lingers, we might be able to speak with him there.
What's this we stuff? I'm the only one who can go back there.
I know we can no longer make that journey, but you, my friend, still can.
Never mind. Hang on, I'm gonna have a kebab. I need more kebabs while I think about this. I think we all need more kebabs in our lives. And it'll be an opportunity to look in on the others as well, because I really want to know what's going on in the first right now.
Thank you, my friend. That would mean much to me.
If nothing else, should we learn the first is safe, we'll have that much more reason to keep fighting the good fight.
Duh.
That said, the odds are not in our favor, to say the least.
That's fine.
Which is why we're fortunate to have Urianger up there on the moon, working hard to make all the necessary preparations for our departure, should it come to it.
And why we have nothing to lose by staying the course till the last instant.
Indeed. To the last, let us all do what we can. I will consult with Master Matoya and see if she knows of a way to reach Hydaelyn from the ethereal sea.
And I will visit the nation's leaders and attempt to ascertain how far the final days have progressed elsewhere.
Keep me abreast of your findings. I can seek out and slay the worst of the immediate threats, if only to slow the spread.
Okay, in all honesty, I didn't think we'd be going back to the first. You may or may not remember, I mentioned that I would write it so we'd go check in on the first for like a dip in the story.
Terror, despair. Try as we might to suppress them, these emotions will return to Harrius time and time again. But when they do, remember this. Your friends and loved ones are out there somewhere, sharing in your struggle. You are not alone.
So ends the brief respite before the next revelation.
Oh god.
Yes, so much left for you to see.
Damn it, Emmett.
Where beginning ends, and end begins.
I need someone to convince me not to order kebabs for tonight. Because I found a kebab place around here that delivers. Do they have curry? Let's look. They do not have curry at all. Nothing like a feast to lift the spirits. I trust you enjoyed yourself as well. It's actually a Greek place, not a Indian place. I mean, they have shawarma and chicken kebab, beef kebab. They've got a Euro platter, some falafel, and of course grape leaves. I love dolmades. And they've got French fries. It looks like that's actually kind of it. But, yeah. Anyways, nothing like a feast to lift the spirits. I trust you enjoyed yourself as well. Yeah. No, I have. I have once. Oh, God, I forgot about that. Only the one time. If the Forum truly has been spurred to action by Hydaelyn's prophecy, then it's odd the Anti-Tower was entrusted to Matoya, who bears them no love. No doubt she has a reason for this, and I would know what it is. Beasts and blasphemies may be running amok in nearby lands, outside the influence of Radatan and the Alliance. If so, I may need to go hunting. Ah! Oh, sorry, that's an ah. I suppose I feel better on an empty stomach. Burning skies, blasphemies? Not have I got anything to say about it. Final days. How far has the phenomenon spread, and how does it manifest itself in each land? Well, let me tell you about it, since I just did all that crap. Yep, arms and armor in good order. I'm good. And if not, they can deal with it on the other side. When you arrive on the first, give my regards to Reen. Tell her I miss her. I will. Yep, if Alizé starts to turn, I got some beef joikey right here. Take this, Lore, my spirit vessel. Why? Oh, never mind, that makes sense. Empty now, of course, but it should allow you to operate the tower's systems. Yeah, exactly. Even if the smallest fragment of Elpis' essence remains, it should be possible to locate it. As for access to the umbilicus, seek out Lena. Chances are good she still stands at the Ascensor Gate. Should she or anyone else ask after me, tell them I am living life to its fullest, that I am happy, hardships and all. Well, best be on our respective ways. So, if anything is wrong on the first, I'm going to quit this game on the spot and start the WoW run right now. Nope, I mean WoW. Here it comes. Oh, hang on, we gotta go outside of the Crystarium first. Oh, hey. Everyone's here. It's some random person. Well, this is problematic. Well, let's see how bad this is. We'll be doing Horde first, of course, because Horde is the best faction. And anyone who says otherwise is an Alliance scum! I actually don't like Tzatziki, but I've also only ever had, like, what I can refer to as bland Tzatziki. So. Alright, it's very foggy. That's good. By good, I mean, oh. I mean, I would also be scum, Loke. Oh, sorry, One-Winged Angel, if you're still there. You guessed correctly. The intention is to go back through with people, with minimum eye level synced, and basically reevaluate the dungeons. Yep, there's a star show happening right now. The game's like, wait, we need to keep them playing this instead of WoW. Lord, you returned. I mean, I've come back. Okay, hi. Have you been well? We have no shortage of troubles, but we're well enough. We're trying to save all your lives. Again. Then things are much the same for you as they were here. My lord is doubtless enjoying himself. Yeah, I have a message for you from your grandfather. He said this to you. Those exact words. To know he is happy. It fills my heart with joy. I mean, I've had a huge variety of Greek food in my life. And yeah, I've had a strong variance between good and bad Greek food. Yeah, I've been sending letters for months. Fail. When next you see him, please tell him not to overexert himself. Futile EverQuest, though it is. Tell him we're all well here. The peace you've gifted us continues, and we work hard to build lives for ourselves. In the course of this, we occasionally bicker, but we've never been more than optimistic for the morrow. If I had to mention one dilemma, it would be the question of governance. Even as we speak, debate rages on how we should run the city in the Exarch's absence. Most are of a mind... Okay, that timing. Fog's gone. Most of our mind that the Settlement Council should continue to oversee the general running of the Crystarium, while representatives are elected to determine policy and handle diplomacy. Thus far, nothing is set in stone, but however we choose to proceed, we will not replace our lord. No one could. Well, we figured out interstellar travel, so we're essentially one step away from dimensional travel. And we recently observed unusual phenomena. No, I can't say there have been. Curious you would ask me this question, though. Why? Some days ago, Reen asked me the same. She was rather unsettled, in stark contrast to how cheerful she's been of late. Okay. Well, I'm ready. I've got WoW installed right now. Hang on, actually, it's not patched. Let me go patch WoW right now. Hang on, there we go. Get the patch going. So, you know, the Crystarium Youth just hosted a festival. Hey! Gaia better be there. It proved so popular, there's already plans for another celebration. Much bigger than the first. No, I don't want to play Call of Duty Vanguard. Piss off! Jesus! There we go. Patching. Between her preparations for the festival and the restoration of the empty, she struck me as happy and full of life. So when I saw her in a state of such worry, I couldn't help but feel worried in turn, especially since she wouldn't tell me what troubled her. I dare say she would be more than willing to confide in you. Yes, yes, Reen. The only sanity anchor I have left is WoW. That's not true. You wish to enter the umbilicus. I'll fetch the keys at once, and take the opportunity to find Reen. Please wait for me in the city in the Cabinet of Curiosity. Okay. The Quarians? Maybe. Triaxia. I mean, a lot of other races did for a lot of other reasons, so... Logic, right? Yeah, actually, I'm curious if there's a good Euro place around here. Hang on. Oh my god. Okay, so since I can't eat my phone, I just ate. They've got some souvlaki. What else we got here? Some spanakopita. Dolmades, of course. I should call Dolmades here. I wonder if they have good baklava. I don't see. Anyways. Where am I? Oh, WoW's patched. Alright, I'm ready. I've got the button. All it'll take is one button press and I'll be in World of Warcraft. Forever. A more terrible fate there is not. Right. Hello everyone. I see you have a lot of paperwork to get through. I've brought a whole bunch of euros, dolmades, and a little bit of baklava for everybody. Please enjoy. Thank you. Wait, what? The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. I don't know if I'm ready for this. I don't know if I'm emotionally prepared for this. Veiled eyes deceive? Is that truly lore? Hi. Well, glad am I to see you hale and whole, my friend. What a wonderful surprise it is to have you back with us, and at this most opportune time. In case you haven't heard, we're planning to produce a tome chronicling the events from the Flood to the Knight's Return. For this project, we intend to draw upon records kept by the world's peoples. Historical and contemporary first-hand accounts will be the centerpiece of the tome, but yours will be the crown to them all. I've been asked to contribute a chapter on the soul, a subject that is key to understanding much of your endeavors. In the course of developing a spirit vessel, I've gained valuable insights into travel beyond the rift, knowledge that will allow me to attest to your existence and deeds. I mean, I literally just ate, so, you know. Although it wasn't actually that good. It was some kind of General So, except pork. And I'm not even sure what it was. But it was really stiff. Like, the Chinese food is slowly going bad, so I need to get through the rest of it. There's no end to questions I would ask you, but if you indulge me just one. In your quest to restore the night, you faced many a formidable foe. Who was the greatest struggle? Yeah, Hades. I mean, Elpis is a harder fight, but Hades. Ah yes, Hades, he who sought to resurrect his ancient brethren. He was the final obstacle in your quest to restore the night, your battle in the depths of the Tempest, the stuff of epics. Yet compelling as it is, I worry mere words wouldn't do it justice to that fateful confrontation. Not that we would like to omit it entirely, of course. Not at the very least, we will impress upon our readers it was the climax of your hero's journey. I know you'd love to talk his hero, but we really should be on our way. Those documents from Yulmore won't collect themselves. Of course, of course. Afterwards, join me for tea? I was hoping you might clarify a few points in your treaties. Till next time, then. Do tell the others to look after themselves. Our overzealous friend, in particular. Remind him not to overexert himself, again and again, until his ears fall off, if that's what it takes for him to take it to heart. Is that the Warrior of Darkness? Oh. It's him. It's really him. What are you doing here? If you're going to battle, I can give you some medicine. I made it myself. Best not, Riki. You'll only give him a stomachache. You've come to see Morin? We've come to see Morin to get his advice. One of your guard finally taught us how to fight, but first we need to choose a fighting style. Well, I know I want to be a mage. Arkell isn't sure. Magic isn't my thing. I was thinking of the axe or the sword or the bow. They all seem alright, but it's hard to decide. So I thought I'd ask Morin. He seems to know a lot of things. He isn't here? Aw. Why don't you have Warrior Darkness choose for you? Okay. You remember how we talked about cosmetic classes earlier? Imagine an alchemist that's just adorable. That, like, everything, all their attacks are just, like, fluffy bunnies and rainbows and unicorn stuff, and it's all the regular stuff. It's just... I hate to reference Borderlands 3 again, but there's actually a grenade type in Borderlands 3, which is literally a unicorn, crystal unicorn, that you throw, and it traces a rainbow on the arc, and then it explodes into confetti and joy, and it's actually a really good grenade type, too. But yeah, like the Pyrovision in Team Fortress 2. So, axe, sword, bow. I'm gonna do a sword. If you took up the sword, you could be just like the Warrior of Light, Brandon. I love that tale. Let's borrow the book today. I have not, Alex, but what the hell? Yeah, I don't know if you were here earlier, Pyro. We were discussing the entire concept of cosmetic classes and something. The more I think about it, the more I think it's not just one of those it'd be cool ifs. I actually legitimately think it's a direction MMOs, modern MMOs especially, should go in. Because we have too many classes as is. We shouldn't have more classes. Oh, you were there, Fred. Okay. Sorry. Listen, I don't have a brain, okay? I'm on autopilot here. There's no brain. Thanks for helping to decide, Warrior of Darkness. I'll start with that style. Maybe try something else later. When I get really strong, I hope to have a bout with you. Hey, I just saw some weird meteors in the sky. Is that normal? Such fun as he's been having, basking in the adoration of musty old bookworms and wide-eyed younglings. But is he a spare thought for me? Of course not. Hi, Feaul. I waited and waited and waited, but he won't so much acknowledge the presence of his beautiful branch, even though they're right there. Such a heartless thing. So cruel and heartless. Oh, faithful Feaul, the most loveliest of branches, how I've missed you. If you truly missed, you would have cried me at the top of your lungs the instant you arrived. To make up for it, you will call twice the passion next time. If there be a next time, you've some struggles to overcome. You have no idea. So, my adorable sapling, the world's on the verge of destruction, isn't it? I actually think all worlds are on the verge of destruction, but that's a theory at this point. How do I know this? Joined as we are, spying on you is as simple as sliding down the back of a rainbow. Question from the back. I guess I'm up front right now. Whatever. Would that I could aid in your quest, but the fate of the Fey folk are bound to that of the star. Whither it goes, so do we follow, such is our way. For the most I could do for you is spare you the pain by gifting you the sweetest of eternal dreams. But if escape's not your liking, then you must struggle with your fellow mortals. Ah, but there are ones that you were waiting for. I wonder what matter of a conclusion awaits at our tail's end. Yeah, me too! And next Tuesday. And yeah, she just straight up offered us a suicide pill. Which... yeah. My apologies for the delay. Lord, it's wonderful to see you again. You doubtless have much capping up to do, so I'll leave you to it. I've taken the liberty of unlocking the umbilicus, so you may enter at your leisure. I was just about to say, where's Gaia? That is next Tuesday, Pillars of Snow. The next Tuesday that happens is the patch. Oh, hang on, hang on. Also got a bunch of hot chai for everyone. There's one. There you go. There you go. There's another one. There you go. Okay, enjoy. I'm relieved to hear everyone as well. I've had this feeling like a pit in my stomach, and I was afraid something might have happened. Maybe I'm overthinking things. It's just that... I'm the Oracle of Light, but I've never spoken with Heidelin, never once heard her call. Even so, I've always had a feeling deep inside me, a connection to something immense. These past few days, though, that connection has wavered, as if immense something was distant, and then close, and then distant again. And then the other night, I was jolted awake by the feeling it had been completely severed. Wanting some fresh air, I went out the window, and to my horror, the sky was ablaze like a star shower. Reen, we need to go somewhere more private to talk. But then I blinked and everything was normal. The next day, no one said a thing. No one has seen what I've seen. As far as I could tell, nothing was out of the ordinary. I began to wonder if it was a figment of a half-remembered dream. We really need to talk, Reen. Lore, what are you not telling me? I have to know, please. I have to know, no matter how terrible it is. Damn those Avengers, always foiling me in my quantum research bunkers. I mean, good, Zactaf, good, good. I'm not a villain. It wasn't my imagination then. The doom we witnessed in Amarot has come again. Except arguably worse. Can't believe it. Like I told you before, all is well in the first. Don't worry about us, please. Look only to the threat before you. We're fine now, and if we weren't, we've learned how to survive. Should the final days reach us here as well, you'll be assured we won't go quietly. I meant what I said. The first is probably the single best place for best equipped for defending against the final days right now. That wasn't quite the concern. We'll hold off on it you till you find a way to save all our worlds. No pressure. So long as you continue your fight, so too will we, united in purpose beneath a blazing sky. I was about to say, I'm not sure what's going on with the other shards, but we don't even have a way to reach those ones. So that's just kind of whatever. That looks weird. Yeah, the 13th is just like, yeah. You're headed towards the umbilicus to consult with Elpis, right? I'll do some consulting on my own and speak with Lena. How about Gaia? Decide how we might best prepare for the final days. So it's farewell for now. We'll see each other again. And we never saw her again. We do not, Loke. At least as of the point I'm at in the story, we know extremely little about other planets. We know about Omega's people, we know about the Dragon people, and that's kind of it. Quite honestly, no, I don't, Logue. But that might be me being overly hopeful. Because Omega's people are bad news. Oh god, I can't think of what they're called. What's the multi-dimensional conquerors in Magic the Gathering? Phyrexians. The Omega's people are kind of the Phyrexians of this setting, near as I can tell.
Biometric authentication complete. Please state your business. Acknowledged. Reinitializing Silco's tower systems. Searching for Elpis entity. Target located in subterranean core power accumulator. Projecting image.
Well, yeah, the Phyrexian oil is the actual issue, but you know what I mean. Hello, Zodiark.
My friends. No more than a dream. You. Why have you awakened me? I no longer sense those places beyond, or Lord Zodiark. You must explain all.
Ironically, I would be completely honest with Zodiark at this point in time. Just straight up. I was tricked into killing Zodiark. The final days have come. A despair wave is encompassing us. Any information you could give me on this.
So, he is fallen, and my brethren's souls returned to the star. The doom we sacrificed so much to prevent is come again. Old burdens now yours to bear. But if this is Fandaniel's design, then I, as Elpis, have a duty to fulfill. Your unsolicited act has restored to me some few memories of the convocation. Such knowledge as I have, I will share.
Thank you.
I do this not for you. I merely perform my duty, as I have ever done. Where to begin? Ah, the end. Your understanding of what caused the final days is consistent with our own. The decay first took root where the currents were weakest. Yes, a conclusion drawn by him, Fandaniel. Not the him of here and now, but as I knew him, long, long ago. Having shed light upon the phenomenon, he dedicated himself to devising a countermeasure. Were it not for his knowledge of the Celestial, we would never have made the connection, and thence forestalled the final days. And though he inherited that noble soul, how different this last incarnation, so consumed by self-loathing and hate. Elpis. Yes. The name is familiar to me.
I was gonna say, that would probably be third for me, but we need to bring that up.
Yet I know it not as a flower, but a place. A testing facility for determining which of our creations were fit to be released into the world. Many worked there, and before joining the convocation and assuming the title of Fandaniel, he was their chief. He was Hermes. That is all I know. The crystals tell little of the lives the 14 led prior to their induction. Elpis itself would tell even less. Nary a ruin has survived. Wait. I saw you there. In Elpis. No. I did not. But I did. I did. A lingering trace of impossibility. And a truth that fills my heart. My memories remain clouded, I fear. However, they have revealed to me one possible course. You must travel to Elpis, to the time when Hermes served as its chief. In glimpsing the Exarch's memories, not only did I make his summoning magic mine own, I also mastered the workings of this tower, which, having absorbed my empowered essence, now harbors an abundance of energy. As such, I believe I can deliver you unto the past, unto that place and that precise moment. Given the eons that must be traversed, the gateway will not be fully formed. Your form will be less tangible still than those warriors of light I had summoned. In all likelihood, none will be able to see or hear you.
I'm going to interrupt really quick. We've talked a lot about different types of time travel, and all time travel really can be boiled down to the three types I refer to so often. Linear line, malleable timeline, multiple timeline. We had a long discussion about this, and Alex actually shared something that pissed me off. Not that it's your fault, Alex. But regardless, these are the three archetypes of time travel in all fiction. However, these are umbrella archetypes. There are subsets within. One of my favorite subsets, which fiction very, very, very rarely addresses, is what I like to call time vision. So imagine for a moment that you're able to just kind of open up a window or project yourself into the past or the future. Can't interact, cannot evolve, cannot do anything, but you can see, perceive, hear, sense, taste, whatever, right? There is the ability to watch. And this is its own little kind of thing. Now you say, the echo. No, the echo is not at all what I'm talking about. The echo is the ability to perfectly pull out memories from the past. I am talking about actually visiting and traversing the past in a manner which is this kind of a thing. We'll see how this works out, though.
Yet even should you manage to interact with others, you will be unable to effect meaningful change.
Now, it's possible, extremely unlikely, but it's possible the echo is actually us past visioning. That this may be them explaining how the echo functions. But the way I've always presumed the echo functions is what we're seeing is the memory of the planet, put simply. Or, if I was to phrase this a little bit differently, imagine you're wondering what happens at a certain point in a video game, and so you pull up the wiki and you check down, and during this quest, this happens. And that's how I've always perceived the echo.
For the reality you wish to save, the reality to which you must return, exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present. Cannot unmake the sorrow and suffering fated to come.
Can't change history.
In full knowledge of this, will you still entrust your life to your foe and make the journey?
There's no choice here.
Very well. I shall cast you unto the river of time, Let this be my final act. You must input the commands. I no longer have the authority. First, you must reconfigure the systems, that the tower's ether may be channeled for the magic.
Well, it is within the realm of possibility that what we have is Type 2 time travel. And if that short story is correct, we actually have Type 3 time travel, which is crap, but let's ignore that for a moment.
The preparations are complete. The gateway will soon open. Return at once to the ocular.
No, Tim.
Appears to be in order. The ether flows unimpeded. The magic should consume every last mote of my essence.
Which was a lot, if you're forgetting.
Why are you surprised? Did I not say that this will be my final act? Lord Zodiark is no more. There is nothing for me here. The ones I love and long to see again are waiting. In that promised land. Beyond memory and dream. Now go, warrior of light. Go, and do not look back.
Fun, Pyra. Wreak some havoc for me. Now, this is purely the...
Hydaelyn, I take my leave of you. Yours is the mantle of the last of us. May you have the joy of it, the burden and the solitude. It falls to you now. You and your champion to save our star.
The idealist in me would like to think that because that the core of Zodiark was actually comprised of the souls of people, that Elpis is able to return to the ethereal sea after this. New expansion announced for FF14, Riftwalker. Sorry. I mean, the Rift is a way we could go in future stuff. We've talked about this. You know, there's so many directions they could go with a future story. So many directions. And the Rift is one of them. Hey, people without the... Interesting. Yeah, it's doubly amusing considering I am a giant. It is very difficult to get larger than me. No, what's interesting is they're wearing masks. That's interesting for like 3 or 4 different reasons, honestly. Like, they're just wearing masks. Normally, walking around. Thank you very much, Edward Bador. Yeah, they could, Alex. We still have the other shards to look into. I personally... The thing I want most... I know this is so pathetic, but... The thing I want most, I want the 13th. I want to go to the World of Darkness, and I want to fix it. That's so I like to talk about floors and ceilings when it comes to, you know, anticipation. That's probably the ceiling for me. Floor, I think the floor for me for a new expansion for FF14 would be the Horde and Alliance fighting again. Yes, it would bother me that much that if it happens in WoW, it will bother me in 14. The man stands dutifully by an Aetheryte-like device, a guide for the facility, in all likelihood. And of course, we can't talk to them. God, they are more than twice my height. As Elpis warns, you are intangible. This is what I mean by projection, by the way. There's vision, and then there's projection. And projection is a little bit different, as you can see, because while we can't interact with, we can adjust the camera, so to speak. Whereas by contrast with the Echo, that would be more like a vision, if that's how that works. We have no control over the camera, metaphorically speaking, in an Echo. We don't even have a chance of when and how to do it. Yeah, this is more like straight up brain dancing. That's a good way to put that. The remarkably large man wears a black robe and half mask, much like the phantoms you encountered in Mera Lementorum and the recreated Amarant. It would seem you have made it to your destination. What I find most fascinating is they look so carefully constructed. They look like half Hure and half Elizon. Just, you know, really tall. And, as I thought, there's one person here who's got their mask dangling rather than over their face. So there's got to be some cultural significance to whether you have a mask here or have a mask here. Listen, all I'm saying is if I could be that tall in real life, then that would suck. But if I could be that tall in the game, well... Nope, cannot attune to the device. She's got it by her dangling necklace too. It's a necklace. It's a necklace. You can actually see the ropes. It's hard to see. It's like right there. You can see it under her hair. She's huge. This is the right place, Propleon. Judging by the woman's words, this facility is named Propleon. You attempt to gently prod the woman to attract her attention, but feel nothing, and neither does she. Hey, classic game lover. Incorporeal. Wait, I'm sorry, what did that say? Transcending the boundary between existence and nihility. It's an interesting word to use to describe that. I had to double check that to make sure I wasn't reading that wrong.
And here we are, Elpis.
Well, well, how rare to receive you in person. To what do we owe the honor?
Oh, just a few odd tasks. We'll be here a while.
You're welcome to stay as long as you see fit, of course. As a matter of procedure, however, I must ask that you kindly remove your masks.
Come now. Is this truly necessary? Surely you can tell who we are.
We should know that voice.
Who you are, perhaps. But I am far less infamous. Regardless, if we do not follow protocol, 'tis our hosts who would be held accountable. So, please, do favor us with your handsome face.
And of course, M itself, excuse me, Hades, was a Xehanort. He's even got yellow eyes.
Satisfied?
I thank you for your cooperation. You are free to go about your business.
No, that one over there who's... Well, I'm not going to guess at who that is yet, even though I think I absolutely know who it is. Has violet eyes, it looks like. Given the level of creation magics they have, I would imagine they could literally customize their eye color, among other things.
By the by, you see it too, yes?
I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about.
That's odd. It's right here. A bit thin in the ether, but there's no mistaking it. The color of its soul is almost identical to Azem's. Do you suppose he created it? Rather unusual for a familiar to have a soul, though.
By the way, one of the downsides of time projection is certain individuals of sufficient skill, knowledge, and or power can usually detect you even if you are otherwise not actually there.
Don't ask me. All I know is that it's trouble. Doubly so if it's his spitting image. So let's leave it be. Come now.
It's trying to say something, but it's literally too intangible to form words. Why don't you give it some ether? Spare a snifter of your bounteous reserves.
Who do you take me for?
Why, a dear friend, of course. One who wouldn't let acts of kindness, such as my accompanying him on errands to far-flung outposts, go unrewarded?
I suggest you close your eyes, or this may be unpleasant.
Of course he does it with a snap.
You may open your eyes.
I swear I didn't plan that.
Oh, you even adjusted its size.
The better to indulge your whim. This way, it will be easier to communicate.
Yeah, if you're paying attention, that's the natural experience curve. You're supposed to level up there. If you don't do role quests.
How very thoughtful of you. And may I applaud your artful reinforcement.
Also, at long last, I am the height I should be.
Without further ado then. Greetings. I am Hythlodaeus, Chief of the Bureau of the Architect. Sulking beside me is the most honorable Emmett Selk of the Convocation of 14.
Oh my god, we can talk with the past. Oh my god. Oh my god. Must not share anything.
And how might we address you, my new friend?
Lore Runner. I'm gonna give you the truthful name there.
A fine name. And I'm pleased to see you understand our words.
No, I've studied time travel far too much. This is freaking me right the hell out. Oh god.
So tell us, whence have you come? The thinness of your essence suggests you weren't created here.
Nope, I wasn't created here.
You do not know? Or cannot say? Allow me to ask a different question, then.
I'm from the future? I shouldn't tell them that, did I? See, because there's two possibilities. I tell them I'm from the future, and they're like, oh, well, let's abuse that. Or I tell them from the future, and they're smart enough not to do anything about it. Because there are some people... Like, okay, let me use a random example. Let's assume that at the end of Lord of the Rings, you go back to the beginning of Lord of the Rings and tell Gandalf, hi, and he notices you. Like, you weren't supposed to be spotted, but he notices you because he's frickin' Gandalf. He says, where are you from? And you tell Gandalf, I'm from the future. He'll look at you for a minute and be like, okay. And stop asking questions. Because Gandalf has a brain. Or more accurately, Gandalf has a wisdom stat. Because that's what that would be.
What brings you here?
Yeah, by contrast, Saruman, who is high-int low-wiz, would be like, oh, hey. Okay. I seek a man named Hermes.
Well now, the same as us. Perhaps Azim wished to come too, but had to settle for a familiar.
Sure, we'll go with that.
If he truly wished to be here, then he would be.
Right you are.
You know, it's really weird. I've killed that man on the left there, and I still want to just give him a big bear hug right now. It's gonna be okay! I know it's gonna take a few thousand years to get there. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna fix it. I swear to God, we're gonna fix this.
My apologies if we've given offense. The two of us can discern the color of souls, you see, and yours happens to resemble that of a friend.
Resemble.
And with your purpose matching our own besides, we jumped to a hasty conclusion.
You're fine, Hythlodaeus, my old
We're
new
here
friend.
to speak with Hermes, the chief overseer of this facility, which we also intend to tour in order to gain greater insight into the man's work.
Yeah, by the way, I've talked about this many times because this keeps coming up in a lot of things that I shouldn't spoil. But let's just say that there are many ways to keep a character who is dead relevant to the story. There are a lot of ways to do that, and this is one of them. We even get the voice actor back.
We, I say, though this is Emmett Selk's charge. I am here only to serve as his guide. And I should be happy to serve as yours as well, by way of an apology for the misunderstanding.
Wait, are you suggesting that we bring it along on official business? This thing we know next to nothing about?
If you harbor suspicions, better to keep it close than leave it to its own devices. Wouldn't you agree? Besides, having a mysterious life form in tow is the norm rather than the exception here.
How much did you remember about this, Emmett Selk? I can already see how...
Welcome, my friends, to the testing ground of creation at Heaven's Edge. Elpis.
I can already see how Hythlodaeus has been aware of us. Like, it's recent enough in my memory that a lot of what Hythlodaeus has said indicates that they recognized us. Hello, Hydaelyn, or whoever Hydaelyn's core is. Alright, Vana, we know that one.
This presence.
Yeah, it's frickin' Zeal. It's the Kingdom of Zeal, except much less horrible.
Hermes! Visitors! We have visitors!
It's always fog for me, I swear to God.
What secrets are you hiding, I wonder?
Me? You have no idea! Go away, Fog. Oh, now it's gone! Oh my god, I was joking about the zeal thing. I mean, I was like... I wasn't meaning this. I wasn't meaning this with the zeal thing. Now there's a map. Those researchers are here from Academia Anider's Words of Halmara, here to observe the state of the local flora. I wish they'd give equal attention to the ambient environment, specifically how much noise they're adding into it with their little debate. In case you didn't know, it's rude to stare. I am trying not to. Hades. This is hardly my first time here, but the scenery never fails to take my breath away. Why, it feels as if you could reach out and touch the heavens. Now then, to begin our guided tour. I know, I can't call him Hades! I can't... Perhaps you already know these things, but for the sake of thoroughness, I'll start with the basics. Using concepts to shape ether, creation magics allow us to bring forth anything we desire, be it inanimate objects or living beings. Anyone may conceive of concepts, but they all must undergo evaluation at the Bureau of the Architect. As part of that process, living beings and certain arcane entities may be sent here to Elpis for in-depth observation and study. Fascinating facility, isn't it? I dare say you'll enjoy touring it with us. Hey. Itself, in like 15,000 years, look at this thing and build it, okay? Okay, cool. Now then, our friend Hermes. Aside from the overseeing the facility, he also has to conduct his own research. Chances are he'll be at the main observation hub, so let us seek him out there first. Tired as you are, however, you stand out a little too much. Our dear Elpis wishes to keep a low profile for his errand, so... Do you know how to make a robe? A basic concept will do. I can't do creation magics. In that case, Elpis, no. Your whim, your responsibility. You're not getting another thimble out of ether out of me. Ah, the way he scrimps sometimes. You think he wasn't an eye-bottomless font of magic. Very well, I shall make the robe, but mayhap you can assist. Come, let's search for requisite material. Ready to go. Think about how large I am right now. Now think about how large these butterflies are. We'd be down, like, about it below my leg level for that thing. What's funny is I've always assumed that's Scion. But, yeah. No means no. Just be grateful I'm even willing to wait. Yes, these creatures should suffice. An etheric rope. I want you to use it to capture, shall we say, 2 petulodoi. Petulodai. There we go. There are 3 species here, I believe. Any 2 different kinds will serve. Now, I should mention the strength the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of the user. As your ether is still thin, you'll need to weaken them first. Good luck. Yeah, they don't need... A concept I introduced once was the idea of effectively a giant Like a mech from Mech Warrior. Except it doesn't look like a mech, it looks like their robes. It's actually in Primus. Some of you probably remember this. It was the Erlinthians. And that's kind of what I'm picturing from their outfits and their setup. Either that, or, as you implied, they quite literally do not need anything. They're fine, you know. The core idea was to use magic to emulate technology. So, instead of, you know, a giant suit of armor, you have a robe. Instead of the scanning terminal, you have some glasses. Or a necklace or whatever, and so forth and so on, right? Cut them? Come, let's see. Here you go. Hopefully she was eradicated, classic game lover. Yes, these fine fellows will do nicely. And now for a spot of reversion. Yep, canonically we can deconstruct things into their composite ether. They just did that to 2 living beings. Nothing fancy, but we're trying not to stand out. Try down for size. Won't someone be angry with us for using those creatures? Oh, it's fine. There's no one around to tell us off. Besides, we can always make more Petoludi. You only need a tiny amount of ether. It may take some effort to get the form and composition right, but anyone familiar with the concept should be able to manage. And a good disguise and good to disguise and educate it, but won't fool anyone who can see worth a damn. Fair point, but at least it should spare you unwanted attention from casual observers. No, yeah, I know. It's just animal harvesting in a much more direct fashion. Imagine for a moment that you go out, this is a bad example, but you go out, put your hand on a cow, and after a few seconds of readjusting its atoms, you have a plate of steaks, right? Because that's what they're doing. That's how they're doing it. Emmett Selk speaks true. Even dressed like us, your unusual nature will be plain to those who think to look. Should someone question your presence, don't make up excuses, much less try to explain what you are. Best to say, you're a familiar. The question is whose? Technically, I'm Elpis', if you're really gonna get down to it. Of course, it's M's. If you say you belong to him, people will give you the benefit of the doubt for any and all outlandish behavior. Exploiting our associate's absence. For lack of his presence, absolutely. Were he here, he'd have been the first to propose the idea, and you know it. With that, your story is settled. Let's continue with our errand. I have a new outfit. One moment. What'd I get? Legs and shoes. Okay. Legs. And shoes, which I guess I can just do from here. I mean, I'm pretty close to being an Ascian in general, so... You know, I just noticed our relative heights remain the same here. Which means I am taller than Emmett Selk. Which is impressive. Okay, then. Oh, speaking of which. Nope, no quest yet. Okay, no quest. Yeah, I noticed Kada over there. Being small. This is, not what I was expecting. What's really funny, I have actually seen someone wearing this robe once, and I honestly didn't think twice about it. I was just like, yeah, okay, whatever. Just once. Now, I don't have anything else to add to that, I guess. As dubious as it is, passing off it as a Zem's familiar is probably the best approach. Should he take offense and others should he take the offense that others so readily believe his roughness is to blame, he is welcome to mend his ways. Pass as a child in your original size? I think not. Augmented or no, your ether is still far too thin to be considered normal. Yeah, nobody ever think of me as a child. If you're ready, let's continue on the path to Ananisis. Oh my god, Greek! This place serves as an observation hub and residence both. Should there be anyone to point us in the right direction of Hermes? Oh my god. Hi, Savicom. Yeah, this is, there's fates here. It is a rather pretty zone. I can't wait to fly in it. I can actually do Greek, I just stumble over it in some cases. It helps if I've heard it spoken multiple times, which is why I can say things like Dolmatis relatively easily. Hell, I've actually studied Greek. Especially when it came to designing Imperial. But then, I have trouble pronouncing things in English, so... Yeah, technically this mech is really big right now. Look, look, look. I was wondering what she was examining, but it seems to be the bush itself. Let's see if this observer knows Hermes' whereabouts. Yes, can I help you? We wish to speak with Chief Hermes. Do you know where we might find him? Well now, by your mask, I assume you're one of the 14. I wasn't aware there was to be a visitation. Between you and us, it's something of a surprise. Your discretion in the matter would be appreciated. I see, I see. My lips are sealed. The Chief should be out conducting observations as usual. His focus of late has been aquatic creatures, so I suspect you'll find him at one of the pools. Pools, you say? Many thanks. Apologies for disrupting your work. I say, Hythlodaeus, while I've never met Hermes, you know him well, do you not? That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by his ether? Aye, I could. As you know, Emet-Selk and I can discern the color of souls. By the same token, we can also see ether quite keenly, and from great distances. With this skill, I could readily locate Hermes, but I felt it would be a waste of an opportunity. We're here to perform an assessment, after all. By searching the ordinary way, we stand to gain insight into Elpis and the man in charge of it. This is much for your own enjoyment, like as not, but point taken. If you're going to accompany us, make yourself useful and help us look for Hermes. According to his profile, he has short, dark hair, and he looks like Fandaniel. So you know, it's because we're in Elpis that we don't have our cowls up, a special exemption due to the need to be aware of dangerous creatures. Elsewhere, we do not exhibit our individuality. It's unseemly. This is all common sense, but I would not assume you possess any. I'm going to say that again out loud one more time. Elsewhere, we do not exhibit our individuality. It's unseemly. This is all common sense, but I would not assume you possess any. It's a rare treat to see you able to search for someone by their appearance. I thank you for humoring me. Come, let's find our man. Thank you, Diabepis, very much for the sub. As always, I'll jot that down for Skyrim. Yeah, I tend to be pretty anti-collectivist. To be just blunt about that. So that kind of makes me go, but, you know, whatever. Just curious. I mean, you say that, Rax. How long did it take for it to fall apart? Because of the fact that they were collectivist? So much bother involved in getting it done. I could have had a familiar perform my duties instead, but even creating one in the first place is far more effort than I'm willing to expend. Oops. But a curious familiar. I suppose your creator sent you to learn of our ways and perhaps earn a degree of enlightenment. What would you ask of me? Tell me about yourself. Well, like my colleagues here at Blue, I am charged with observing their various creations in our care and assessing their suitability for life under Theros. It's an enormous responsibility, of course, though the sense of achievement from bringing new species into the world makes it all worthwhile. Ananorisis is one of the most important facilities on Elpis. It is Elpis, excuse me. It is here that we ascertain the various merits and shortcomings of the various flora and fauna in our care. It derives its name from the ethos at the center of our work, that being the discovery of creation's true nature. Only by allowing them to coexist in an environment such as this do they reveal the true essence of their being. Interesting. Prayer, classic game lover. The Klingons, I mean, the mummies don't take prisoners. How do you have a 7-hour critique? Good God. Truthfully, I have plenty of advice to give you, but I would just be reciting a walkthrough to you, essentially, and I don't think that's worth anybody's time. Sorry. All I will say is that the Pyramid is indeed one of the hardest dungeons of the game, so take heart of that, if that makes any sense. If you manage through that, you're actually doing pretty well. It's also one of the only parts of FF5 that is not well designed from a gameplay aspect. They have such funny faces.
Huh. You are...
Oh. Different. You're different too. You and me. We're alike. Friends. I want to be... Wait. Please. Wait.
You're new, aren't you?
Greetings and salutations. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts. May we please be friends? May we please be friends?
Ah, I see you found him.
Hythlodaeus. It's been a while. Too long, I think.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
You were of the convocation?
Emmett Selk at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
You do. You have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend? But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chance to...
I haven't answered her yet.
Well, you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Her name is Meteon. It means shooting star.
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment. Nor do I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing. But rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work. I shall look forward to your submission.
If we have finished with the perfunctory chit-chat, I would discuss official matters. By my coming, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
I have an inkling, yes. Please wait to the main building yonder. I shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
What's wrong, Hermes?
The Namistoma is missing.
I may have found it. A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
You're saying they can climb, with their sorry excuses for limbs?
The fashion has been to imbue aquatic creatures with the power of flight, ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish. The Ambistomas, too, can fly, if only slightly, and they could conceivably climb a tree. Whether they can come down safely, however... Excuse me.
I'll help, too!
I love how she talks.
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
May I suggest we split up? If you would be so good as to assist Hermes, Emmett Selk and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
Okay. Whatever. That sounds like bad news, Pyro. Especially given where I am right now. Let me go back to the present for a second. I feel so small all of a sudden. No, I'm good with my gloves. The neck was bothering me. Actually, I don't know if you caught that, but I specifically double-checked to make sure it was there, just in case. What Aetherite, Alex? What do you want about? How did you spell her name again? While we're on the subject, I need to jot down some notes. Metia. Yep. No. The auto spelling correction was like, you mean meteor, right? No. I do not. What are you doing? Hermes, are you alright? They have found their quarry. Yet though you have been safely extracted, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite the predicament. The ambistoma. Hermes saw it high up in the tree. He climbed up to get it, but it jumped on him and he slipped. Well, I will surely help you. No, I'm fine, if a little embarrassed. Now, for your own safety, please stand back. Hermes? Alright. Oh, he's fine. Quite alright, yes. My apologies for making you work, Medion. Both at you and, call me Lore. Lore Runner. An intriguing name, somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Thank you for coming after me. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. You may be able to fly, but it doesn't mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. Ironically, I already know my Greek name. Dynamis Imperius. Oh no, I've forgotten all about its fellows. Or, yeah, I was even gonna make the Archean Gaia reference, but, you know. Oh, what a relief. I must thank Amitselk and Hythlodaeus when I return to them. But first, with distractions out of the way. As Chief Overseer of Elpis, permit me to welcome you to our facility. I hope you'll enjoy your time here. I'm glad they're safe, Hermes and the ambistoma. It is floating. Very slightly. Yeah, I noticed that, actually. It's not actually sitting on the ground. It's hard to show it off, but you can see it there a little bit. Well, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Let's return to Ananoros. Greek land. Ananorisis, there we go. So, be honest. How many of you... Oh, no, I actually have been. And yeah, that's... Yeah. How many of you have been wanting to strangle me since about yesterday afternoon when I paused the MSQ right before coming here to do role quests? Random curiosity. Not that I feel bad about it, I still think it was the correct call, it's just, you know... No, it's more like they have to submit paperwork in order to finalize the creation of beings. They can make whatever they want. Whenever they want, however they want. Euclides is making those. Fondness of minerals makes them highly unique. Will make them no less popular. No more errant creations to distract us from matters of actual import, I trust. 'Twas blissfully uneventful in your absence. The little ones are on their best behavior. Those are the little ones over there, to my right. Some creations stay outside, others say it Dices, like the Ambostimos. Yep, there's... Yep. My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the Ambostomas are safe and well. Yeah, who made Malboros? I will presently bring them back to their space. If you'd go ahead to the main building. Upon entering, you will see a table and chairs. A meeting area. You may speak there. Very well. Take care not to let the creature slip away again. You know what's funny? They're repeating the Kingdom of Zeal trick here. I don't want to give away too much in an unrelated stream, because I know there's people who haven't played Chrono Trigger, so all I will say is that Chrono Trigger's position in the narrative is extremely precise in Chrono Trigger. You go through a large scale, the largest dungeon up to that point in time, with tons of combat and multiple bosses. You then have a very brief, and I mean like literally only a couple of minutes, story arc, before you immediately go into another dungeon, and then another substantially huge dungeon. What did I say, Rex? Immediately after doing that large scale, another dungeon, with multiple bosses, with one of the hardest bosses up to that point in time, the very next thing you do is you go to the Kingdom of Zeal. The Kingdom of Zeal, if you're rushing it, only takes a few minutes, which is good. But it is designed to take its time. And yeah, by the way, Antiquity was 12,000 BC. While Emmett Silk has been accommodating thus far, he is the one who has business with Hermes. Yeah, the Lavos vibes are building, I'm telling you what. If you wish to attend, you'll have to ask his permission. Yeah, no, this is a legitimate and deliberate Chrono Trigger reference, no question.
This appears to be the place. And here is where we part ways. We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins.
Okay.
What? Will I have to remove you by force?
There are reasons I cannot speak freely.
Let's hear them then, these reasons of yours. Who knows? If I deem your mysterious cause worthy, I may even be inclined to offer my assistance.
I do not object to his attendance.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Perhaps, but I believe he can be trusted. Meteon would not have taken to him so quickly otherwise. Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
Let me know. Come on, Emmett. Join me, Emmett. Join me, Emmett. God damn it. Do you know what we could have accomplished if you weren't my enemy from the beginning?
As you wish, then. Behave yourself. Do you hear?
So, it's finally happened, then.
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down and named you as his preferred successor. In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation. I understand that you and Van Daniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis after all. I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
I did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the convocation?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Van Daniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the Star?
Of his own volition, yes, like so many others have before him.
Return to the Star? Does that mean die?
Yeah.
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis? Mankind is the life of Aetheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place, that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness. To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the Star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it. A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world. And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom. Mayhap you feel Van Daniel's deeds do not warrant his return. Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. and channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
I know of all this. I do. It's just... I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all. Oh no. I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteon outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
Thank you, Cronin, for the sub, as always. I've already jotted that down for the Tor Bounty Hunter story. Thank you. Bragwin was apparently sitting in my lap the whole time. Go figure. No, I noticed it, Sayo. Admittedly, my own setting actually kind of works like this. At a certain point in the history of the extant, members of the Empire, because of the advancements in both magic and technology, you kind of choose when you die. Age is a solvable problem. Disease and sickness and injury are all solvable problems. You die when you choose to. So, this isn't exactly an unfamiliar thing to me. It's just interesting. Well, there's no live stream in the extant, so... Although there's something else I'm actually not going to talk about because I actually want to do that story someday, but... Most would jump at the chance to serve in the convocation, and yet... Don't mind us. I tend to Meteon. Forgive me. I'll make it up to you, I promise. Sorry, Lar. I want... A walk? Can we go for a walk? Yeah, let's go for a walk. With Cashel! And, I don't remember her name is. I'm terrible at names, shut up. Blade Traval, there we go. Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. But it's up to them, isn't it, Evo? Obviously, the easy method is to simply discontinue treatments and discontinue age prevention features, because it's a continuous thing. It's a maintenance thing. You have to eat every day, and they have to go in to take care of themselves every decade or 2 or 3. Depends on the species. But that's probably not recommended. Most people actually specifically ask for a way to go out, and they can usually choose the way they go out within reason. Funeral is had, they're gone, the end. So, like, for example, I could, just to use a completely made-up example, I could request to be incinerated. Or not incinerated, sorry, annihilated. Broken down into energy. Bzz, gone. Instantaneous. No pain. No nothing. Happens in a second. So, overpopulation would be an issue. Ross, do you know how large the galaxy is? Overpopulation is absolutely not an issue. But I don't want to get into that, because that actually gets into polemic territory, believe it or not. So why'd you come here? You want to learn about Elpis and Hermes? Oh, I could teach you, I could teach you. We could take turns. I tell you something, then you tell me something. Sounds like fun. It will be, it will be. Both, although it does depend on the species, Dream Whisperer. In general, some species, it's easier or harder to reverse aging. It has to do with changing around the nature of how cells process fusion, and it's actually based on real-world science that I don't want to get into right now. But the long and the short of it is, the concept of a longevity vaccine is a viable concept. We just haven't figured out how to do it in real life, probably because we are so wildly distinct when it comes to even our own species. The general premise, that I'll go and tell you right now because several people are asking, the general concept is you can reverse how your cells divide and reproduce and change what kind of data they're putting forward, so that your skin actually starts to essentially get back to where it should be at full-grown status, whatever adult status is for your species. You know, it stops sending junk data is the concept there. And so it'll take a little while, but, you know, over a year or so, you'll actually degrow to being someone that's more like in your 20s, to use a human example. Actually, I think it's 30s, but whatever. Where to start? Let's talk to Memnon. He should be near the ether, right? I'm not good at explaining what Memnon is. Well, Medion is now accompanying me. How apropos. Actually, yeah, Roz. That's a really odd and dumb thing to point to, but yes, that is something that is a done thing. Ah, Aetheryte. Anyone can use it to teleport anywhere. Maybe not anywhere. Not the ground or other isles. Yeah, that's the tricky part. Like I said, it's a real concept. It's just we don't have the tech or precision or knowledge or know how to do it. Hence, why it's simply feasible, purely medically, purely technologically, in the extant. For that, you need teleporters and permission. Permission, huh? What have we here? Though you look like a person, your ether's thin. I assume you're a familiar like Medion. Yeah. This is Lord. Can you teach him about Elpis? Ah, nearly fried familiar, is he? Very well. I shall be glad to introduce our fair facility to him. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world, for it would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive training testing, to determine their fitness to exist. Testing which is conducted here at Elpis. Every candidate is subjected to rigorous study, in which we identify their properties, surmise what habitats might be suitable, and speculate as to their effects they might have on the environment and other species. Should it be judged beneficial addition to the planet, it will be allowed to take its place in the world. The two of you, too, were created in the hope of making the planet a better place, so heed your masters well and good, dear. We will. Thanks for the lesson. Now, you had a turn, now I get a turn. Where did you come from? I came from a place facing a great threat. There's such a place? I had no idea. If the place is important to you, I can feel it. Oh, my power! I haven't told you about it. A creation. Let's find a creation. We're not being watched. I'll explain my power. You're an empath. Spriggans. What are Spriggans? Oh, we call them Orarii. Orii, there we go. If there's many, we just say Orias. Although they're cute, they can be naughty. Sometimes they run off with concept crystals, and Hermes has to run after them. And yeah, I just noticed it's a frickin' shoe bill of all frickin' things. This creation's perfect. I don't remember seeing it before. Maybe it's new? Anyway, I'll try reading its mind. Okay, that's much worse than empath. I can't read it. Or maybe there's nothing to read? Well, I'll try it again. With you, please don't read my mind. Please do not read my mind. Do not see the nightmares that exist within this skull. Greetings, can you hear me? This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me, which would be empathy, and project my emotions to others in return. I'm not actually speaking to you in your mind. Rather, you are converting my emotions into words and intent. A process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. The ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings, even though they communicate via unknown languages or other nonverbal means. As a consequence, I am clumsy at speaking. Yeah, I noticed. Yet, though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible. For everyone has thoughts and feelings they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex and prismatic. They draw me in, leave me wanting to know more. Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my power when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know I wish to be your friend. Did you hear me? Good, that's my turn. So, what do you get at? Fighting, crafting, gathering, playing. It's a secret. I wonder how many of these are here because of the fact that I have a 90 in everything. Alright, playing. I'm not sure what that means. Hermes says let's play, but then he goes for a walk or looks at his creations. It's fun, but no different from work. I think we might be bothering it. Sorry, Hades. Let's keep going. We'll see Eunthe next. Eunthe. There we go. Eunthe next. She's usually in a small building on the west row. Whoops. Didn't actually do that. Frickin' shoe bill. 8 shoe bills. Kill them all! Or rather, just the one that's a familiar of him itself. Hello? Well, if it isn't Medion. I see you brought a friend today. Greetings, Eunthe. Eunthe. An apple? Could you make me an apple? The kind Hermes liked, covered in syrup. I want to share it with Lore. Oh, candied apples? Hermes is certainly partial to them, but you know how you can't eat Medion. You weren't made to do so. But I like it too. It may seem that way, but due to your ability to share others' feelings, you've taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon, I promise. Sorry, Lore. I wanted to show you my favorite thing. And I could ask about yours, but I failed. I'll tell you what I like. Yes, I can feel it. Your joy and happiness. Which I didn't tell you what it was. Secretly, it's hips. I can't think of her name. What's the twins' mother's name? Anyways, there's the joke. Emiliance, that's what she gets. What do you like? Thoughts of Emiliance. Oh, okay. Well, back already. A pity. A bit longer we might have snuck away without you. Excellent timing. 'Twas a refreshing constitutional, I hope. I'm joking. In all honesty, there are so many family members that would come to my mind in this setting. Like, I don't even know where to even begin with that. Like, there's the kids, and then there's the brothers, of which there's like 7 at this point. You know? Like, I don't even know where to start with that. There you are. I can see the fresh air has done Medion good. Lord wanted to learn about you and Elpis, so I taught him. About this place, about my power, about your favorite food. I'm not sure if that last one will be of any use. I do appreciate you keeping Medion company while you were away. I finished speaking with our guests. Finished? Hardly. You requested time to consider the invitation, so we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. My apologies. It's been decided Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus will accompany me as I attend my duties. If you wish to learn more, maybe you'd like to come too. I'm compelled to remind you he is in no way associated with the convocation. We chanced to meet him at the Propleon. There's no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. I don't mind. See the joy his presence brings Medion. I cannot imagine our mysterious friend harbors malicious intent. Lore's kind. Really, truly. He taught me as much as I taught him. Actually, I taught you more. You're coming, of course, to watch Hermes. You're bound to learn lots and lots. I do find something rather amusing that of the 4 people here, who 3 of them are rather positively inclined towards me, and the only one who isn't is the one that I desperately want to be friends with. One moment. It's an upgrade, but I'll hold off on it for now. This time we all get to go for a walk. Isn't this exciting? Although I see new creations on a daily basis, here they look at them with a different eye. It'll be interesting to observe Hermes at work. It is held that all civil organizations should conduct their affairs with total transparency, and the convocation is no exception. But that doesn't mean we're obligated to show our work to unknown entities such as you. Consider yourself privileged and behave accordingly. Dude, I just went back into the past 12,000 years. Physically, talking to people, which shouldn't actually be possible if not for the total random chance of me stumbling into the single most powerful and learned skill on the skilled mage on the planet ever. If everyone's ready, there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward Ambostoma. Have care when you step outside their hub. There are more unruly creatures about. Whatever you do, don't interact with the past. Oh, hey. Side quests. Several side quests. I really don't want to do side quests without flying and slow movement. That's just gonna really, really suck on every level. I don't even have ether currents for this place right now. I mean, I'm gonna do them. I'll probably even do them on camera, but doing them without flying or mount speed just sounds like awful. Like you've seen how side quests in this game are constructed. There's gonna be a lot of walk time in that. So I will commit to at least starting them on camera, which actually I've already committed to, so that's nothing new, but the statement remains firm. I'm not going to try to pronounce that. One of the newest species of the ever-popular butterfly. Huh? You're still bothered about your robe? Don't be. The few specimens we repurposed won't be missed. Yeah, it's not really even worth mounting right now. All vim and vigor now. When we're discussing his nomination, he was melancholy incarnate. So beautiful. I hope they make it into the world. No comment. Here's a new species of Petaluda. we recently set loose. It's been doing very well, managed to maintain a stable existence thus far. If I can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it into the world. Tell me, do you know there's a difference between living beings and arcane entities? Actually, I do. It's the presence of a soul, yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation, that can endure on their own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. So you see, it's not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let's just head to the nearby beacon. I've received a report that arcane entities have gathered here. I wonder what you would think of a holographic person. Or an android. And yeah, this right here is exactly why I'm not going to do those until I have flying. Yeah, hang on. Let me stretch. Let me go build a house. There we go. Let me read War and Peace. Fascinating creation, much like yourself, little one. Renowned as Hermes is for his flying life forms, it is a rare privilege to see one of his works in progress. Interesting. You're interesting too. Tell me, how did you find the ambystoma? We're meant to be observing Hermes, but instead we're stuck with Medion. I suppose she herself serves as proof of his prowess as a researcher and creator both. That is a good question. The music here is nice and all. Really. But, I think I could do better. Ah yes, lightning gnome, just as the report said. Although we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it's a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often is seen as an internal shift towards a given element. Right now, that element is lightning, which draws the Numa here to replenish their ether. It appears Medion is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead and feed the Numa? By using this lightning converter, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball. A veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. It's a grenade quest, which we've actually seen these before. Probably just one, in all honesty, Von Falkenstein. Especially since I literally can't stream with it on because of copyright issues. Perfectly done, Laura. Look. See how they gather to feed, how they express themselves through their actions despite their lack of words. Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication they do not possess these qualities, which is good, because otherwise I would probably not be a thinking creature in this game. Be it a soulless arcane entity such as the Numa or an ephemeral lifeform such as the Petaluda, all exist to perpetuate their existence, to survive. Yeah, by the way, I think this whole thing counts as one of these, while we're on the subject. Is Medion a living being? Depends, classic game lover. A good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the Bureau of the Architect to pass judgment. And those with exceptional vision, such as Hythlodaeus, may be able to ascertain her true nature. Whoop, that did. Damn it. But to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that's all I need to know. Oh, you finished already? Sorry, I was in the way. That's okay. Not to worry, my dear. They missed nothing of note, and we still have plenty of work for them to observe. I will spare you the rest of the chronotrigger thing. Next, we will head to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there. I actually don't know what you're talking about, von Falkenstein, so I'm going to have to profess ignorance, because I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, does this unit have a soul? Would be the question, I believe. We have an umbral wind today. It's adorable, but before it sneezed, Hermes went flying once. Is there a guiding theme or any method to the madness that is this random assortment of features? That's a good frickin' question. Ah, this fellow has been talk of the Bureau. The combination of carefree aspects and endless rows of fangs is endlessly charming.
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects. So, how are we coming along?
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekis. Like me.
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Yes,
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
Yes, I remember. Thank you. As a further aside, I kind of agree with Asda. I mean, there are songs in this game that I barely have an opinion on. And then there's good songs. But even the song I hate is mostly a song I hate because it's misapplied. They always have it as like the mission or the get stuff done song, but it doesn't actually fit that tone at all.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it. And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Entelekis. You are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter, on account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis.
I also admit that I'm going to stumble over that a lot because I want to call that dynamis. I know. Dynamo. I get it. I know where the word comes from. Dunamis.
It is a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Please tell me everything you know about this dynamis.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteon?
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%. The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities.
And yeah, I caught the dark energy reference there.
'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river...
Then we could have a despair wave.
Not that I have such grand ambitions. Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an entelechy. Like me.
That's because I'm not even sure how much I'm here right now.
So... are we the same? Entelecchies.
Actually, it would explain a lot. Think about it. Option 3 is, if I'm thin, it's because M itself didn't do a proper job. I have been known to transcend my limits with nothing but determination. Really torn between those two. Actually, you know what? Hang on. What's the name of the quest I'm on? I'm gonna go with the second one.
That sounds more akin to the desperate flailings of a wild beast when facing imminent death.
Worked. Against you.
The deficit of ether alone does not an entelechy make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it. Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fella. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Lives apart. If you say, sure, I don't see why I couldn't be one, Emmett Selk says, I think not. Your nature remains a mystery, but ere I reinforced you, you appear to be a little more than a common familiar, and a faded one at that. When, if you pick the third one, which is, if I'm thin, it's because Emmett Selk didn't do a proper job, the answer is, well, aren't we ungrateful? Maybe I should revert you to your pathetic faded thing you once were. Gamerscape. I noticed a few days ago Gamerscape actually lists alternate dialogue options. It's how I was able to list the food stuff on the moon, too. And to let you know, we're friends. In thinness. In thinness and in health. Never before have I heard of dynamis or entelechies. I can only assume Elpis flower. The Elpis flower was submitted to the Bureau before I joined. Not that irony will also be of use to make of it anything we knew, but it irks me that there's an entirely different form of energy that no one told me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive. Given that there are none amongst the 14 who specialize in the Celestial, he would be a welcome addition. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. Why did you join? Oh, you wish to know why Emmett Selk was chosen? I would be glad to share the tale. But it all began when... not another word. Lest you've forgotten, we're here about learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. What now? I was hoping to learn about the convocation. If you would accompany us, I suppose you should at least know that much. The Convocation of 14 is a governing body that determines myriad policy. Our goal is to ensure all is right in creation, that our planet may know a brighter future. As the name suggests, the Council is comprised of 14 offices, each of which is held by an individual chosen for their surpassing abilities. Depending on the office, one is required to either be an authority in a certain field, or possess skills that would facilitate performance of their stipulated duties. The former category includes Mitron, specialist in aquatic life, Logriff, specialist in terrestrial life and husbandry, Halmarut, a specialist in fungal and plant life, Amaraloth, specialist in medicine and healing, La Habrea, specialist in creation magics, who has brought forth phantom beings of the highest complexity. As for the latter category, there's Altima, advocate of the arts, Igirim, champion of enlightenment and rhetoric, Pashtero, enlightenment of discipline and order, Emmett Selk, keeper of the ethereal realm, or the underworld in the vernacular, Fandaniel, pursuer of extant phenomena, and Azem, traveler of the world and counselor to the people. What? Should I be revealing such details to you? Don't be silly. Even children know this much, and you would do well to remember it all. I haven't decided yet, Alex. This whole thing has me just kind of going, because it's going to go one of two ways. And I'm not sure which I like less. I'll tell you that tale when we're away from sensitive ears. Thanks, Hythlodaeus, my new old friend. My apologies for the wait. I've inspired the Ampelos to my satisfaction. Yeah, at this point we're my new old friend. Or actually, new old, if you want to think about it that way, because we've met Hythlodaeus 3 times now, kind of. All is well with the creature. I dare say it won't be long ere it is released into the world. Another creation isn't faring so well. The Charybdis. The Bob. And that's what we shall tend to next. If you follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main aisle and head north. Listen, you do not understand how good those grapes were, okay? is this one blue and shiny? Forgive me. I thought another member of the convocation had come. This is turning out to be an eventful day. Yeah, I'm nowhere near that significant. There's a slight difference in etheric balance between these carapaces. By this, I can assume they aren't the original creations, but offspring. A serpented being? Bird or winged snake? I understand there's a problem with one of the Charybdises. Yes, that's right. As you know, they are based on a sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of flight. Specimens created from the concept could fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. The third generation creature is born with an etheric balance leaning towards water. Its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind diminishing, and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we can't get it to rise even a little bit. For such change to manifest in so few generations, I fear they are too unstable. Flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creatures and recommend to the Bureau the concept be revised. With its etheric balance leaning towards water, the Charybdis would indeed struggle to manipulate wind, but it's too early to conclude it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. I will transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate wind until it finds its wings. You needn't go to such lengths. You don't know? Of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself, which we've seen happen before several times. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others, considered vainglorious in the extreme, and uncouth and unseemly as running about robeless, shameful. Might I understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort, it's just that when transformed I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may. Yes, I believe I have a solution. Emmett Selk, may I trouble you to move that Charybdis away from its fellow, somewhere out of sight? Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? I'm gonna throw it over the edge, into the water. Well, no mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. Have a little faith. Run along. I trust you don't mind. Bother, we could simply begin anew, but I shall defer to the chief. I mean, what do? Do you etch a sketch, or do you try to fix it? We must help the Charybdis to fly, otherwise they'll all die. Yeah, exactly. Iflidaeus is a man of ideas. What have we thought of this time? Metzelk is out of sight? Good, let's speak of the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Emmett Selk train the Charybdis. Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see ether currents. With his adept spellcraft, he can employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. And while he is indeed capable of all you describe, it's not his duty. I am loath to trouble him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. Lore, I want you to go to Emmett Selk. Tell me you have a favor to ask. He'll be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Yeah, tell me about it. many times do we have to beat that into him? Like 20? Okay, I'm probably exaggerating. It's probably close to 7, but still. Preparations for the scheme that's clearly not a scheme complete. Oh, no, you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. Ugh. I don't know what Hythlodaeus is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse. Please, Emmet Selk.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emmet Selk. Please teach her to fly.
Please.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Medion.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emmet Selk. Please!
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last. I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we? You were wondering why Emmet Selk joined the convocation. Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even, quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it?
A very, very good question.
Emmet Selk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve himself in the business of others. Where he walks, excitement is certain to follow. His antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you.
No comment. Also, if you think about it, we've got a little bit of the Sephiroth thing going on here. Just a little. Of the trio of friends, the one who actually survived, completely untouched and untethered, was Emmett Selk. And... yeah.
I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
Yeah, just picture Crisis Core with Hythlodaeus instead of Genesis. Instantly better. And Jill would be replaced by Azem, which would be weird, but doable. No, but I'd say himself is enjoying himself, not that he ever deigned to admit it. It is possible to choose an age, but generally speaking, quote-unquote maturity age is the age that they default to. It takes more time, effort, science, and magic to get to a specific age. Oh, look how well the Charybdis flies. It's flying. It's really flying like it was born to. Well, I mean, it was designed to. So, that makes sense. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Charybdis has learned to fly. And Laura and I could relax and have a pleasant chat. I mean, honestly, Hermes and Fandaniel, excuse me, the Fandaniel we knew are very different people. This is Hermes. What we saw was Amon, with Fandaniel's memories transposed onto him. That's a different person, as far as I'm concerned. That is a completely distinct individual. Sure you did. The creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon is flying more or less on its own. I doubt you'll need to repeat the lesson. That's truly impressive. I agree, Alex. Zonde didn't help anything. I witnessed it all from afar. The Charybdis flies. Indeed. With this, we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion, if and when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you continue observing them. If that's what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping for an idealistic possibility come to pass, wouldn't it be better to have the concept adjusted? That way we could guarantee the anomalies such as the specimen are never born in the first place. These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief, as you wish. Yeah. No, I've noticed that's there. Hermes? Yeah, what? A live-inge being? Alex? I'm fine, don't worry. That concludes all my present tasks. Let's return to Ananoris. Oh my god, Anarisis for now. Too many vowels. I have a real name, like Archie and Gaia. God! So, there's a few little tidbits of dialogue they mention, which make me think that this planet, Aetheris, was, I don't want to say barren, but like, not even fully M-class before they arose and learned and grew and figured out creation magic and all that fun stuff. It's a Star Trek term. It refers to levels of survivability and habitability for standard human beings. Like I forget actually which one's which, but like Mars is one of the closest to M without being M-class in real life terms. And then Venus is much, much, much worse. And so forth and so on. But you get the general concept. There is actually such a thing as a super M class. I forget what that's called. Yeah, Minshara. Thank you. I was trying to think of it. It stands for Minshara class. Actually, you know what? I could probably look it up really quick. Just look up Mars in Star Trek. Mars is... I was not going to say, is it? Yeah. Also known as Sol 4. Nobody has ever called it Sol 4 in the history of Star Trek. Don't lie to me. Check something else out. Give me a sec. Now you got me going down the hole here. I was about to say, no, it's not far off from M. Here we go. Planetary classification. That's what I was looking for. So yeah, L is nothing in here. But yeah, K is habitable by humans, but only with artificial biospheres. Class L is marginally habitable. Class M is fully habitable. And going further down goes into less and less atmosphere, and going further up goes into more and more atmosphere. So Venus would be Y, whereas a barren moon would be D. And that's the range. Anyways, the Christians are happy. That makes me happy too. Now that I've seen what I do, was it everything you're expecting? March. I mean, I'm afraid I have not, Inamisha. I thoroughly enjoyed myself, at the end most of all. Gas giant, well, I was actually just looking at that, but gas giant's up. Too much atmosphere. What? Want to apologize for forcing me to help, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. I'm tired. Leave me be. Tell me, Lore, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? I mean, dynamis is the thing that's caught my eye the most. Dynamis, you say. Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what a good fortune to see you here. Something the matter? The Lyacon. I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set upon the nearby slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry or provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the Ilua were keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the Lycaon to blame, their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it's an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I've no doubt the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doris will revert all of them once the paperwork's in order. Where's the scene of the incident? Just off the path of the 12 Wonders. You should see it on the left. I don't know if Doris is still there, though. Hermes, wait! If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. The quests are propagating, by the way, and we've got a blue now, too. Ironically, the grump in my particular group of friends is me. That probably says a lot about my group of friends, though. Oh my god. Just to say, if you've ever seen my sister, or my family, or my friends, I'm the one who's the stickler. A fearsome beast, this Lycaon. But where is it now? The Acupla is no easy prey. With its hooves and horns, it was designed to be formidable even on land. It didn't stand a chance against the Lycaon. It's heavy. Hermes' pain. The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. Lycaon was indeed responsible. But the creature's nowhere to be seen. Doris must have taken it away. The man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall seek him out there. Metzelk and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure the Lycaon did not escape. My thanks. Let's meet at the 12 Wonders when you have finished. You know what I like about the culture of the ancients here? It's very uncanny valley. It's extraordinarily similar to ordinary human interaction, with a few things that are just off enough that make you go, it's very precisely constructed. I like it. It is a little bit unnerving. No lie. Meanwhile, Zira's being hunted by a hippogriff. Or, excuse me, a grips. Derps? No, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, Alex. Dum-de-dum-de-doo. Delicious. What are you marinating in, Reggie? There it is, the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros, too. He's a man with long, blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him. Okay. Come with me, Meteon. Meteon, excuse me. Olive oil? I'm afraid we're not friends anymore. Zira, I would like you to assassinate Reggie, please. Oh yeah, no, these are these are gemstones, these aetherites. Those are, well constructed. If you're with Medion, I can assume you're on an errand for Hermes. What can I do for you? Sorry, wrong person. We're looking for Doros. Ah, I see. We do have similar hair, so people often mistake us from afar. Yeah, maybe if you didn't have to wear the stupid masks all the time. Individuality isn't a curse! Alright, sorry. Yeah, I was actually thinking about this. I keep mentally reminding myself that we're like 2.3 times taller than we should be. So we could literally fit in this gap right there at full height. I could fit in that gap. And you remember how tall I am? I'm like 6'8" or something like that, 6'10", something like that. Tall. Doros, that's Doros. Well, now if it isn't Medion, what brings you here? Thought I heard familiar voices. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the things, I believe. Where are they? On the fields and restraints, frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Ctisis. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says, the beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need concern yourself, as you were. We've heard the news. Lacan slaughtering Ecliplia. As the observer in charge, you're of the opinion they're not fit to be released? I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they're released. They would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be the specimens observed are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them. All exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, the behavior was unchanged. Kairos? God of Time. Kind of. A memory reconfiguration system. The Chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. I can't decide if I should type up this theory or say it out loud. Oh, you're right. Which one was Kairos? Kairos had something to do with time. Type it? Alright, I'll type it. Hang on. Can't remember his damn name. Well, I'm typing it somewhere where people shouldn't be seeing it, put simply. But I have been requested to do so. To share when we get to our follow-up thing. Although several of those notes will have to be pruned because I've already mentioned them out loud. Yeah, it's mostly for posterity. And I'm kind of putting little notes about when I'm typing them. It allows us to alter or erase memories that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Actually, that's a fair point. Rax already discovered I was typing this up, which wasn't really on purpose. So I'll go ahead and move it to another document. There we go. I'm honestly surprised anybody noticed that. I figured it would be quite safe at the very end of a 48-page document. Quite impressive. Potentially dangerous, depending on the intensity of etheric emissions. Pastro may wish to have words with you. Rest assured, I've kept all values within prescribed limits. And to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act I abhor deeply, but it's preferable to execution. Come now, Chief, don't be so melodramatic. What was born of ether is simply being reduced to its original state. Lives don't matter. I know the distinction concerns you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture. We're making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous planet. If a creation cannot be properly studied, even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If creation is deemed detrimental to existence, we unmake it. 'Tis all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat to the world. Yet, insignificant though their lives may be next to all of creation, it's all they have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report, and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion, that Emmett Selk may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray show them to the meeting room. We have a duty to the star, this I know. It doesn't mean we also have a responsibility to the lives we bring into existence here. Ah, kill them all! Stomp, stomp, stomp. To man, other beings are just things to be used and controlled like magic. I'm sorry, what's a contents tab? Real question. I'll wait. Left of the document. There's nothing to the left of the document. There's literally nothing there. Big empty tab of space. Options to find what the hell this thing is to turn it off forever. Although apparently I already have it off. There it is. Oh, wow. Alright, how do I delete this? Let's see. No, I'm kidding. I'll leave it. I'll leave it. But that would explain how you found it. I was very curious how the hell you saw that. Because there's no real logical reason to notice something at the very end of a 48-page document when there's absolutely no reason to be looking at the very end of a 48-page document. No, I can actually delete it, but I won't. I won't do it. It was just convenient. No need to tab around a bit. Anyways, that's what Hermes told me once. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Medion? You feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes, it's you. I won't go to the meeting, I'll stay with Lore. Loath that I am to impose, may I leave Medion in your care again? Anyway, since you said that out loud, Medion's totally Lavos. If you check the VOD, you'll see the exact moment where I figured it out. I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me. Can you help me with something, Laura? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes the flowers the most, of all the creations in Elpis. Nope, I didn't say anything out loud when I noticed. I was quite cautious to not say anything. Most creations aren't expected to be interesting, or beautiful, or strong, better in some way. Flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one. I want you to search with me. Let's start here, at the 12 Wonders. It was also a voice-acted scene, and I try not to talk during those in general. Yeah, we'll see, Dream Whisperer. I'm only even saying it out loud because Rax already said it in chat. So, we shall be quiet. No flowers. If there's apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Okay. I mean, who likes candied apples anyways, honestly? The caramel apples. That's some good stuff. Some bits of peanuts on there, or almonds. An array of beautiful flowers. This would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. I mean, we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or are poisonous. I'm glad to know that, now that I'm in the bed here. It is tracked, with a T at the end. It's the stupid thing that makes Cerberus vomit. Or whatever. The flower can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds in him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Lore. At spotting flowers. How about one of the Elpis flowers? Yep, I'm in the unlawful zone for the 5 seconds while it's a violation, so they have to murder me now. Over there, something big, something huge! Please tell me you're not taking me towards the Marlborough. You are absolutely... The malodorous grass. Yep. A terrible stench, reminiscent of sodden old boots, pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the morbol-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. Really. The things out of its mouth looked like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Laura? Would he like it? So not this one either. Finding a good flower. It's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Laura. Can we search a little more? Yeah, he got eaten by that thing. Who invented Marlboros, and why? Oh, there's nothing. The shiny thing over there, what could it be? It's shiny object. Ooh, Elpis flowers. They're here, too. You know, it's a shame that the graphics update to the ground and the grass isn't in yet, because I bet this looks really good under that. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're entelekis. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. Truly? The flower was dark in your home? Did you have it too? A dark emotion? Pain and sorrow of loss. I see. Hermes has known the same. The feeling that a part of you is gone, again and again, but no one notices. Please, Laura, won't you lend it to me, your pain and sorrow? I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. That sounds like a really bad idea. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad too. Okay, that sounds like a good idea. I mean, forgive me for quoting one of the most controversial documents of all time, the Pixar film Inside Out, but sometimes you need to feel sad. You need to process it. You need to move through it. If you deny your own sadness, when you are sad, bad things happen. No, it's a joke, Rex. Inside Out, by contrast, is actually one of the more well-beloved Pixar films in recent memory. As well it should be. It's one of the best, in my honest opinion. It is top tier. And yeah, Hermes clearly has depression. It's chemical, what I would usually refer to as chemical depression. Seems they're talking. Let's wait till they're finished. At least I'm finally the height I should be, compared to other people.
Hermes!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes. We've come to a decision.
Wait. Flower first.
My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait. Hold up.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
You're right, though. I shouldn't say he has chemical depression. It's more like he is being written as if he has chemical depression.
Elpis flowers?
Go on.
You know this gun blade on my back. And I remember all chiffon.
You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
Word for word.
I see Meteon has shared much with you. May we talk a moment? I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will. And when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is. but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain. They sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one.
Obviously, you're wrong, because one person cares.
So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method.
Can I pause for just a second to talk about one of the most horrifying things to me in any fiction? It's the idea of what I like to call cruelty through indifference. The Borg are actually a good example of this, but what I mean is, let's say for a moment that there's a scientist, alien or species or person, and they want to do X to you. Now, if they gave a damn about you, they would do so, and they would do so in a way that is the least traumatizing to you possible. But the thing is, if you think about it, like even such a simple thing as performing surgery on you, we go through a lot to make that more tolerable, more painless, more smooth, less terrifying. We go through all sorts. Speaking of someone who's gone under the knife more than once in my life, more than twice actually, there's like a whole procedure and process for going into that and making sure you're okay and you're safe and you're happy. Now imagine for a moment a total lack of care. We do not concern ourselves with the method. And the really horrifying thing about this to me is not just the fact that it makes it absolutely horrific for the victim. Like imagine if I was to go in for this, which just happened a few months ago, and they didn't care about my well-being, only the result, the fixed nose. It would probably take a lot less time, a lot less money, a lot less effort, a lot less resources. But picture that for just a second. Picture what that would have felt like to me. And again, what really makes it horrifying, just the layer on top of that, is the lack of care, which he is describing here. It doesn't even occur to them to consider that. Why would they? It's so normal. It's so whatever, right? There's no reason to even bring it up.
Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Naught amiss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white.
And that's something that's made me ponder, too. If the only emotion that they're getting from these Asians, or whatever, is white, which, by everything we've seen and understood, is the color of stagnation, the color of stasis, how long have these people been sentient and sapient? How many years, or centuries, or millennia have passed where this society has crawled forward? It's obviously progressing, or has progressed. People create, people make, people design, people do. But it all is in such a glacial pace, by all accounts.
A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I'm filled with dread.
I mean, someone has to be the first species. It's an old trope. There's always a first.
But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep.
I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Elpis, or if you only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
That's a great example, Scion. Because, yeah, servitors. I'm glad to have been of service. I'm not gonna poke.
To so willingly lend an ear to ease my burden. You are a strange one. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are?
Yeah, they're giant balls of superheated plasma.
Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there?
Well, if you look at that screen there, about that chunk there has been conquered by Omega's people.
What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day?
Speaking of which,
to pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteion and her sisters.
There's more?
Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteion. Let us head back.
All right!
Also, continuing the FF4 parallels, Meteion is straight up a monad. Especially if there's a bunch of them. I'm not going to explain that, but anybody who knows After Years knows what I'm referencing. Which would make Hermes the creator equivalent here. I'm glad Hermes saw the flowers. Thank you, Lore. It will help, I hope. Today will be difficult for him. Were you able to get some rest? Please do not hesitate to let us know if you're feeling tired. However, we might exhaust your scarce reserves of ether. The prodigal familiar returns, and after causing all manner of trouble we were in our meeting, I'm sure. Hey. Yeah. All too brief interlude, perhaps, but it's time I tend to my next task. As Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lycaons. 7 were created for observation, and 7 must be unmade. Doros has followed correct protocols, and as chief overseer, I find no fault in his judgment. The Lycaons would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild. They cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of Architect to have the concept preserved in a restricted-purpose hazardous lifeform. Hythlodaeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. And whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lycaons have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to the study. If you're resolved, we have no choice but to accompany you. Let's be off, then. Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed, one other thing, and this is purely a vibe thing, but one thing I've noticed on this planet, island, whatever, is a supremely unhurried atmosphere. There it is. I mean, if you... Yeah, I was gonna say, if you are literally immortal and have total mastery of the world, like to the point where most of the life forms of the planet were probably built by you, it's an understandable. It's a logical consequence. One thing I tell a lot of people when they're doing world building is I tend to tell them to try to remember that culture usually stems from two things: environment and biology. So, yeah, species like these, it would absolutely lean this direction. I don't recognize them. I was hoping to, but whatever. Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but as they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 Wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Lore handle that one. The bear in the sky you can leave to me. So it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emmet Selk, unneeded though it is. Medion, you stay here with Doros. But Hermes? They must be reverted. I would spare you the pain and mine. It's my burden, not yours. But you're intent on helping. That is my frickety job. Okay? That's an interesting song choice. So what you're saying is you'd be happy to live within the Empire, Rex. I'd appreciate your help and lament that it's necessary. There it is, our quarry, within striking distance at present, but if it feels threatened, it may well flee beyond our reach. Here's the plan. You will approach slowly in full view and draw its attention. You want me to tank? Its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it'll unleash orbs of flame, but fear not. By my measure, you are more than equal to the task. I killed Zodiark. Yeah, I didn't do it alone. Just pissing my Oreos, why don't you, Zedslayer? Who's Zodiark? That sounds like a good idea. I'm not sure how good it actually is, but I am liking it, yes. That's a nice little layer to the rotation. I will say, the whole way that these people are, it makes perfect sense that they'll be like, yeah, no, let's just wipe out half our population to solve this problem. I'm sure they didn't come to that decision lightly, don't mistake me, but I absolutely believe that these people would do that. Here's what that attack looks like, by the way. I'll get a chance to see that. Okay.
Now.
Oh no, creating Zodiark was totally the correct cause. Correct choice.
Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten, in concept endure, to reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Right.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Fandaniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
There's that teleport tech again. It's been quite an exciting visit for you thus far. Oh, you weren't injured, were you? Good, good. No, I'm a tank. The other Lycaons have been taken care of. The incident is resolved. Life in Elpis continues as normal. Or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well-deserved the rest, there's a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? don't know what answer he's searching for, if it's in our power to give it, but I believe he would make a fine Fandaniel. If he rejects us out of hand, we will all be the lesser for it. Where to now? If there's anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I'd be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. Cannot accompany him, I will content myself questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. What of you, Lore? Will you continue? Yeah. Wonderful. Our fellowships travel on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. It's the worst scene in the game, Alex. 0 out of 10. I'm still processing a lot of review side of things, so I'm kind of staying quiet about that for the most part. I admit the idea of taking your time is alien to me in so many ways. Even if I had this ether current right here, I still wouldn't take my time. Yeah, let's find out. Does this make me slow down? Signs point towards no. Time is a finite resource, and is very literally a zero-sum game. If you don't spend 20 seconds today, then 5 years from now there will be 20 seconds you don't have, and 50 years from now. Even if I had eternity, I don't think I would be content to simply take my time. Be thorough, sure, that's different. That's a very different concept. But I don't mean just kind of like, I don't feel like doing it today. That's just alien to me. And there's also the pragmatist in my mind. For example, we have eternity. Let's assume we're the ancients. We have eternity. How long will we have eternity? How long will eternity last? The possibility would always exist that something would interrupt it. Obviously, the final days does, but, right? Didn't we part ways with Hermes not far from here? Given the size of Elpis, I didn't expect our paths will cross again before long. From here, we follow the pass northward to Natoneus. We will find the Neas from which will facilitate travel between islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need to use the device together. Henceforth, you will have leave to use it freely. Yeah, exactly. Catastrophe could happen. The rules could change. Gradually or suddenly. And yeah, exactly, Alex. So, even if I had eternity, I would just be like, no, let's get some stuff done. Now, again, that isn't the same as not being able to relax. Relaxation is its own thing. My point would be to properly utilize the time. Phrasing this differently. Let's say that you spend 5 hours of your life, of your time, and you spend it on roaming around doing nothing. Then that's a waste. But what if you spend that 5 hours relaxing on a beach somewhere? You know, listening to the waves, and having some good music playing from your nearby iPhone or whatever. Just relaxing and taking it in, and getting a breather. That's properly spent. And that's the key right there. That's the distinction. I don't like wasted time. It's one of the reasons it pisses me off so much when games waste my time. Unless the need is pressing, I won't be tracking Hermes with my ethereal sight. 'Tis poor matters to spy on someone's coming and going with such fashion, so don't ask. Social conventions notwithstanding, perceiving ether requires deliberate and intense concentration. We otherwise keep our eyes to the corporeal world. Emmet is opening up to us again, by the way. Second time that's happened in this game. There are 56 minutes left.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros.
Sorry, 46 minutes left of the stream, One Winged Angel.
Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos.
And those people would be incorrect and wrong, von Falkenstein, because the only person who can decide whether or not time is properly utilized is the person utilizing it.
Right then. Let's begin by...
Spriggan.
Well, well. An Arrayus. How delightful.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept.
I don't know what you're talking about. Nobody actually likes sharks whatsoever. How many do I have in my room? Just in this room. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 sharks in this room right now. So I really am an Asian. Sharks are probably my only sea creature I like. But I've liked sharks since I was, 1. It's actually 3, but whatever.
At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact, and then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst, concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
I, Azem. Oh no, that's Vana. My bad.
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Vana, that we should meet you here.
Yeah, no, I got it, game. Thanks.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vana is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
Really now?
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is he, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are?
Don't mind me. I'm nobody special. Really.
I say, have you perchance come from the future? I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you.
Oh, okay. Alert! Alert!
Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
That is extraordinarily logical. I approve.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
That does sound like the blessing of light.
I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting. I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future.
What do you feel about 12,000 years of hell?
Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
We could. We don't have to tell them about their final days. Only our final days.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation?
Do we know
I've been
how
working
to?
here for some days now at an old friend's behest.
Like, do we have a recall out of this?
If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos.
Actually, I have a theory.
We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to, and quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
In fairness, it was actually Elpis who did this, but I'm not sure he exists yet. Okay. And there I thought you were just a harmless stray familiar. As far as I'm concerned, this nebulous talk of the future this and changing history, that can wait. First, I want to find out exactly who you are and what you hope to achieve here. future. Our future. I'm deathly curious to hear more. This is not the first time we've met, Hythlodaeus. From my perspective. My apologies. Before we move along, a colleague is tasked with a matter which I'd better not leave unresolved. It involves a certain concept-graved crystal and the quick-fingering Aureus which made off with it. Ah, we saw the culprit before we were distracted by the business with the shark. Would you like to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead only to the Aureus and a guarantee and blah blah blah. We'll find it. Please, if it was that much, that would be enormously helpful while you're hunting down the thief. I can follow behind and scour the floor, just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading to this place. Let us meet up there when we've exhausted our efforts. You know what's funny is they've really gone out of their way to go do their due diligence and explain how we can interact with the past. I mean, really think for a moment about what was required for this to happen. First, the world had to end. Actually, no, hang on, let's rewind a little bit. First, we had to encounter Alexander, which was crafted, arguably, by itself. Then, we had to move forward a little bit, defeat Alexander, seal within a time thing, and tell all of it about to Sid. Then we had to counter and defeat Omega. Then we had to open up the Crystal Tower and do the entire Crystal Tower series. Then the world had to end. Then generations of people reverse engineered the technology to open up the Crystal Tower and use the Alexander, Omega, and Crystal Tower tech in order to go back through time. Then we needed to use the Crystal Tower to absorb a fully empowered Elpis, pretty much at the height of how much power and ether he had in him, in order to build up all that energy necessary to send a fragment of us back, like a phantom, which was only visible by the two of the only people in this setting who had such incredible vision they could see even the tracest amount of ethers, one of whom is the mage of this setting, as I've said many times, and I've only been proven right during this series of quests, Emmett Selk. Then, Emmett Selk had to be convinced by his friend, who is, Hythlodaeus, in order to be like, you know what? Yeah, okay, I'll go ahead and give it a proper modern body, so we could then interact with and not simply perceive the past. All of this. And yeah, the best part is because of Alexander's computation things, Alexander probably planned for all of this. This is probably one of the predictions. Yeah, this is... Hang on, put this one here, this one here, this one over here, this one back here, this one slightly sideways, this one has to be at a 3.5 degree angle. Oh my goodness. That's the wrong page. This is why I don't like doing this. Alright, hang on. I don't know, actually, Tunnel Hummer. By my understanding, Alexander couldn't perceive the past. It can only predict the future. But this is the future from a certain perspective, if you think about it. The problem you present is vexing enough without adding old Azem to the equation. And she wonders why these lines upon my brow grow deeper when she herself wields the hammer and chisel. Correct, Aventibear. That is something Alexander specifically mentioned. The Azems, both mentor and student, are a force to be reckoned with. Oh, don't forget, whatever we do here will have reverberations on what we do when we get back, which would once again be the future. The Azems, both mentor and student, are a force to be reckoned with. I find them a delight personally, but they have a habit of making Emmett Selk look like his feet bit down on a sour grape. Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid the Orlia no longer had the crystal, nor was able to follow it. Yeah, I have this really unique talent for finding stuff. In lore, that's actually established at this point. So... Wonderful, now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging in my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? Yeah, I have. Oh, some of us seem destined to always be searching for ourselves and others. That's a good question, Alex, because that short story is by itself possibly an issue, but we'll talk about that later. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azem, I was forever trekking back and forth across the planet in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor, but I'm still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest hold my personal attention. That's what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinion sought concerning the habitat, or this, or that, creation. Agreeing to help locate the missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, remember, as I talked about during our big time travel discussion during the twinning, it was either Type 2 very carefully or Type 1 with the Alexander stuff. It was portrayed as Type 1. I was merely trying to bring up the possibility that was in fact Type 2. Because very carefully crafted Type 2 is indistinguishable in-universe from Type 1. It is also possible that it is straight up Type 1, that it is always Type 1. And the only thing that interrupts that possibility right now is a frickin' short story. Thank you for your timely help. Now then, it is time I return this stolen property. If you would go ahead to my accommodation, I'll join you as soon as I have attended that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Yeah, that's the first thing I want to do is tell Hythlodaeus, Emmet Selk, and Vana about the future. But yeah, we'll see once all is revealed. I have a feeling where this is going to go. And I'm going to say this out loud because this is vague, so screw you. I think what's going to happen here is there's going to be stuff we do here that either always happened, Type 1, or changes things, Type 2, which then leads to something in our future, which then allows us to fix things. Again, I'm speaking very vaguely on purpose. I do actually have more precise thoughts than that, but I wanted to say that part out loud. In other words, one way or another, what we're doing here is going to be relevant to our future as of now. My opinion. And you're probably thinking, what evidence do you have, Lord? Where's that deduction coming from? It's what I'd do if I was writing this. There are ways to leapfrog time. So, that's all I'm going to say. Yes, this will be far more comfortable than interrogating you on the side of the road. You needn't be nervous around Vana. Those white robes markers one is fire impartial reasoning. Really? Aside from the emissary, Elpis, such garb is worn only by those who have stepped down from public office to serve as advisors. Whatever you have to say to her, she will listen without judgment. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea. If you're aware of it, the Farscape grandfather paradox is a good example of leapfrogging time. Like the specific way they do it.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit.
Yeah, I noticed the song, by the way, that's playing.
There's plenty of hot water, though, so please, have as much tea as you like.
Do you have chai?
Now then, will you tell us your tale?
God, just tell them. Just tell them. Just tell them. A calamity called the Final Days has befallen the world. And I'm going to explain it.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Alright. That is my job, after all. Don't call me lore runner for nothing. I would start from mine. I wouldn't tell them what's going to happen to them. Only what happened to me. With some editing. It looks like we're not editing, though. Yeah, we're not editing. We just told him about him. And Amarant. We could literally tell him. We could prove this, too. We know his name is Hades. We know about Zodiark. We know about the Despair Wave. We know so many things we could tell them to prove that we're telling the truth here. And yeah, I noticed the cups are cold by the end of that. That's a nice touch. Notice how he takes it.
Utterly preposterous. While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Heidelin? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide.
You got me here.
That it's of import to your mission is plain. But your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future whence he came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Type 3.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
As a further aside, I want you to notice how Emmett Selk is taking all this. Hythlodaeus has already engaged his brain, and she's already thinking it through. Emmett Selk is the one who shut down. After all, why wouldn't he? He's the idealist. Yeah, he's in straight denial.
True, true. I note also that Heidelin did not specify a point in time to which he must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any, but we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Or maybe you did forestall it a bit. We heard about that. I can't even remember where, but we heard that they actually were able to push it back a bit until they came up with the Zodiac plan. You remember that?
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman.
I didn't use those words.
To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
Ironically, I think I already know the answer to that one because I said it back in Shadowbringers.
Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me.
Yeah?
But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me.
I know you better than anybody else.
I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again. Emmett Selk! Wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Dynamis. And Hermes. Or dynamis, however the hell they pronounce it.
Ah yes, the energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of dynamis. And you say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteon? Yes, I believe this warrants further investigation.
I actually prefer Akasha too, but whatever.
With that settled, 'tis time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. And suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Although I have to start changing. Azum. Shall we begin our investigations then? I'm acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I only know which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteon. I have a good idea where we might begin. Making sure I got it. I guess I could have done this. Yep. See the woman standing in front of yonder building? Her name is Ismene. She's the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis. From what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I'll leave the choice of topic up to you. Oh yeah, by the way, one little other thought of sympathy for Emmett Selk. Imagine one day someone walks up to you and has demonstrable proof they're from the future and can't lie to you because of the fact that you have the ability to detect that. And they tell you that you will someday be a mass genocidal person who kills literally worlds of people over millennia. How do you take that? Questions for me? I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Actually, I was going to say Dune. And Dune was about potential futures, not guaranteed futures, and it still broke him in half. Greetings, Many. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge him. Certainly, Mistress Vanna. I need to be of service. What do you wish to know? What are Hermes' interests? His interests? Well, he's the authority on flying life forms and has expansive knowledge of living creatures in general. Is that what you wish to know? How would you describe him as a person, as a colleague? He's a quiet man, reserved you might say. Occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. I hope that answers your question. Anything else? Do you know of Medion's abilities? It's no secret she's highly unusual, familiar. Of late, the chief often makes his rounds with her, like a mother hen raising her chick. I understand she is able to read emotions and communicate directly with the mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies, I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had the occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you wish you knew him better? Well, the chief may not be the most gregarious individual, but he engages us as is necessary for everyone to perform their duties. I wouldn't want to intrude on his privacy for the sake of curiosity. Though if you wish to learn more about Medion, you could try speaking with Timaeus, another expert in the creation of flying concepts. He should be conducting his observations on the banks of the stream. Wait, what? Oh, and unless you take particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. Thank you for your patience and insight. Think nothing of it. If there's aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Laura. I think we've wasted enough of Ismene's time. Our investigation's off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers. You track down the colleague they mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject one or twice during the previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you're finished. I mean, it's so logical, isn't it? I mean, this is effectively the droid furniture situation. The reason droids make perfect spies in Star Wars is because nobody cares about a droid. Nobody thinks to hide what they're saying around a droid. Well, I shouldn't say no one. Most people don't. For the same reason you don't think to not say anything around your chair. Or your sofa. Yes, yes, I am Timaeus, but please keep your voice down, you'll startle the birds. So what is it you wish to speak about? What do you think of Chief Hermes' flying creations? His work, or the subject indeed? Those beings which soar above the clouds, majestic and graceful, are a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. That's what set the Chief's creation apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high they disappear from view. Others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who could conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Medion, too, is a marvel, then. My opinion on that would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Medion as a concept, I've never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes would choose to submit to Medion's concept to the Bureau of Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analyzing a colleague creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of dynamis and entelekes? Dynamis and entelekes? The terms sound vaguely familiar. Is there not a flower made in Elpis which exhibits properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Centuries! I think that's our first indicator of time right there. That this individual has been around for centuries, and no one's bothered to look into this for centuries. Why bring up the subject? I'm flattered you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. No, Judy failed. Oh, never mind. Very cool. Yeah, no, that's... Like, I hesitate to use the word totally stagnant, because when I say totally stagnant, I mean it. But these are the frickin' Night Elves. Oh no, I saw that von Falkenstein. That's messed. I don't see it yet, unless I didn't write it down, but whatever. Yes, from Warcraft. The Night Elves weren't totally stagnant, but their culture and society didn't move in any substantial amount for about 10 millennia. Back already. That was quick work. You're obviously clever enough to back off any of that rambling, as many mentioned. Any news to share? I see. Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Medion's capabilities, let alone awareness of dynamis. My questions resulted in the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Medion as a personal project, and could provide no details beyond those which you told me. How old do you think the Medions are? Because they've been traveling through space. Thank you, Ross. Very much, as always. Much appreciate the support. Thank you. If you know where you want those to go, let me know. Which leads me to believe the only person with any significant knowledge of dynamis is Hermes himself. Edith Finch. You got it. Well, we don't know exactly how fast they're moving, but let's be honest with ourselves. Even at Star Trek level speed, how long do you think it would take to explore the galaxy? I know what you're thinking. Oh, well, we'll just figure out how long it would take to cross the galaxy, which is roughly 100 years. No, 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 no. Explore the galaxy. Stop at every planet on the way. Let me try to visualize this for a second. This is one of the things Star Trek actually gets very right. So here's the galaxy, right? I'm going to zoom in on the bottom half of the galaxy. Okay, so let's zoom this in a little bit. Here's the two bottom halves of the galaxy, the Alpha Quadrant and the Beta Quadrant. Now let's zoom in these again, one more time, and we've got this chunk of space right here, which is bisected by this barrier. There's Earth right there. This little blot, which if we zoomed back out to the galaxy being this size, would be this big. That's known space in Star Trek. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we were to reach any definitive conclusions. I should clarify, that's the space. Obviously, they can see other places with telescopes, and they've labeled things and all that. But that speck is what they've managed to explore. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of dynamis and the entelekes, which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of the term, let alone study them in depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus, I'm inclined to stay our current course and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else you can tell me about Medion? Yeah, there's a lot more of them, and they have been searching the planets of space for life. Although she had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? Explain. So the siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unsolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue and one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Plua, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. This tower and the ones further along are both part of the Peripetea Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis's observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we're here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see what the two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I should join you there anon. It's a pretty tall tower as is. Oh my god. I can't see the top of it. It was always Greek, my friend. Always. With questions for me, certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. 7 years pass. When, as to mean. Indeed, so if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should have the sufficient data for our official records. Now, what does it wish to speak to me about? The Chief Overseer's personal project, research project. By that I mean, you assume you mean Medion. Uh-huh. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Medion appeared, only that she now spends most of her time at the Chief Hermes' side. Although I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galene shared with me. Galene is my partner, a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Medion heavensward, a host of them. For several days she would speak of the same scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she'd ever witnessed. Sounds like a story I would like to hear. Mistress Vana, thought you already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you do me a favor with a retelling of the sight which so delighted your Galene? Of course. Or you could hear it directly from her lips if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabaseos Thalassai. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vana. Even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the planet. How high up are we? Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you have accumulated during your travels as Azam. And what Elpis would be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed serve as the basis for many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there's not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. Let me rephrase that just a little bit. I dare say there's not a soul alive more worthy of death. I shall rejoice the day you die. I will be honored. Well, should we take this opportunity to meet with Galene in person? Allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. I'll take you up the skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. And yeah, that's... again, there's that uncanny valley thing going on, you know? Because, yeah, it's not an insult. I just said it that way so you could process it that way. So, okay, is this the big cutscene? Because my cutoff time for the stream was a minute ago. Excellent. This sounds like a perfect time to abruptly cut off the stream. I'm just joking. I won't abruptly cut off, but I do think we will go ahead and continue this tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, as is per usual. Because, again, my cutoff time for stream was a minute ago. I need some time to sit and process, too. Some of you who have been paying attention to the document know that I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 different things to debate for positives for this section. I think I'm going to chew on it for a while longer before I codify any of that, though. So, see you tomorrow.